Why, hello there. Hopefully, things are good. We have experienced an update in OBS to keep everything up to date. So far, looks good. I didn't see any problems when I tested it, but we'll see how things go. I do like some of their new features quite a bit, actually. Features, UI adjustments. Anywho, let me make sure. That all of this is set correctly. That's good. And we should see. That's good. You also seem good. Okay, that's set. That's set. Let's get this set. And adjust it a little. And I need to change this. Hang on 1 second. We'll get all set to roll here. This is not. You know what UI sucks? Spotify's UI. I just want to get some good tunes set up here, because if I let it go and start playing random stuff now, it will play AI slop, and I don't like it. There we go. Okay, so we're in the middle of this here great big refactor. It looks like I didn't leave myself a note, or I'm on the wrong page now, but we were in the process of getting look actions squared away. And we need to figure out where we were, because I haven't looked at this since Monday. I knocked out a bunch of stuff on my to-do list, though, past couple days. It's good. It was a pretty productive weekend. For me, anyway. I hope yours was, too. Okay, so we move and look out of there. Out of the old event system. So we've got a look event, game events. We have our event, we have our room data, we have our look result. This needs to not be a look. Oh, wait, no, it is. It has been updated. Okay, we're good there. State, handle server update, handle client update. We don't need to be in protocol right now. Let's see here. Playing game state. You. Yeah, we were working on trying to get something sane returned back to the character itself. So we call character, it gets the stuff. We had you in the alive state as well. Look. Get look event, state event. Get look data. handle event on the target, get look event, get look data, UC, perfect, okay. We do need to get some of this stuff out of here sooner or later. This is why I usually leave myself a message, but note, but I forgot. Message, type data response topic. We're done in there. Okay. Look result, game events, look result comes back. Source and then the data, which is an interface. We put a room data into there. When it's the woo, now it snuck up on me. When it's the room, game events, look result, character is the source, data is data, which is our best match, which is in this case a character, but could be other things. Okay. So we all put that into there. That's cool. It's going to come over here to character. It's going to get look result is going to happen to notify occupants. So that's going to call character notify. Right here gets sent in. So we send you to whatever is bound to you. That all makes sense. Any listeners? So in playing game state, that's going to end up being in handle server update, I believe. If I remember correctly. Client handler, because listen and forward server events, handle server update. Yeah, okay. So that's the current state, which is here, which is why we had this open. We take a message, or we return a message in error. We take an interface. So in playing game state, because that's what state we're in when we're actually playing, we're logged in, we're attached to a character. We come in here, bytes buffer. If it's a look result, we need to figure out. So this needs to get changed because it's not always going to be a character, right? Meow. And we were trying to understand and think about and kind of plan for the fact that we're handing back a pointer to a character directly. So the first thing, and we're just going to say that we're allowed to call stuff on that character we get here. Because it came from the map, I'm worried that that's going to shoot me in the foot in the future, but I'm just going to go with it until we find that it sucks in some way, shape, or form and figure out a way to fix it. And it may be fine. It might turn out to be not a problem at all. We'll see. Looks are async. They could become sync, which would then fix concerns about looking at somebody who leaves. I don't know if it's that tight of a tolerance in what's happening there. Like if you fire right after you get a message that they have left the room, I don't think you can, because we lock stuff in the tile. So I think we're okay, but we'll find out. For now, we need to do a couple things. And I think we had just set up Alive to do a get name. Yes, okay. Because we were laying the groundwork for this right here. So, I guess the first thing that we could do is decide we can switch on the actually this has to be a look result. No. Yes, look result still. We can switch on the type of the data here. We can say if it is a character, then if it's a character, we know someone looked at another character. So, and we're building our response in here that gets sent back. So, we're probably okay to have a buffer here. And there's like 3 different cases to consider. We look at someone looks at us, someone else looks at someone else, right? Is what kind of the way we're organizing this. That's why we broadcast the notification to the whole room. And we'll probably want like UI, or not really UI, but information around what things are visible, what actions are visible. But that's for like game design-y decisions, right? For now, we're going to put it in there that it's going to tell us that stuff happened. And we'll kind of go from there and see where we get to and what we like and don't like. So, there. So for we looked at someone, if the source ID is equal to, and we should have here client character ID. So if the IDs match, we looked at someone, right? Can I use continue in a switch? Yeah, I didn't think so. I can use break. Maybe it's okay. So we looked at someone. We need to write string UC And then we also need to, for now, we're going to go with the name. Actually, no, hang on. This is the look. So we need to we need to explicitly cast you or type a search you. Even though we switched, you are a pointer to a character. Now we can say target char look at. And then look result. We'll do that. And then we break, right? Okay. Someone looked at us. Let's just do this. Actually, we can just move this here. Let's do that at the beginning. That way we don't have to keep doing it. Yeah. So if they looked at us, then we say, and actually we probably want, oh, we do have a buffer already. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're gonna do you know, this is yes. This is event source get name, but this takes me, so that I can do the look on the get name on them, and we can put machinery in there later if we need to. So we write that result. We can do that for now. And then we break there, which should break us out of the switch. We're done. We've handled it. Then if someone looked at someone else, what we can do is just say that we get name of the source and we get name of the target, and we say maybe that's not a good string. Maybe that's kind of confrontational. What if we do that instead? That's less like sizing you up for a fight language, right? It's all just placeholder for now, but You know, things could plug into there, I suppose, but for now it's good enough to get us going, get the events running where we want them and test them. But if it stays, then we don't want it to be like, you know, conveying things that are not happening. Like it should be clear if somebody is like sizing you up for a fight, right? What's going on here? Why is this? Oh, you know why. There we go. Also, we need that and that. Okay. We already have our buffer to set up here, but we have other things to handle here. We need to say if this is a room data, we need to handle that as well. So again, we have a couple cases. Like so. If it was us, then we need to write string what goes into a room data again. It should be like all of the... We have to build the string here. And we used to build a room data build room look message. We can use this. Perfect, 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 perfect. So, build room look message. We give it the buffer to write into. In here, occupant text. Then we used our get name there already. Perfect. Okay. And that may be subject to change. We're going to leave it for now, though. But build the room look message. We give it our buffer. We give it character room the event in question. Perfect. And we give it us. Because, yeah, we need to filter character. Okay. Oh, yeah. We have to give it a pointer because it's going to write into it. Makes sense. Game events. Look, resolve this character room event. Oh, right. Oh, okay. We didn't finish this part. This. Well, actually, hang on. We're going to take the room data directly here. That can become event. And then... That's right. We were... Yeah. Because there's two different types of look, right? There's the quick look and then there's the look. I guess we can do this. Because we used to do it on enter as well. we're going to leave this. This is just occupants meow. Which means... Oh, because they are an interface now. Okay. We do need that still. That's fine. Occupants, though. But because an interface has a get name, yeah, everything just worked. Okay, good. We already accounted for that. Thank you, past me. And then we have our exits, which we need to go give some love here. These are now room exit. So game event room exit. It's the new event that we set up, or the new data struct that we set up that has a direction and a string. Exits leading, like so. And this is going to be also... something where we're going to want some stuff. For like a difference between a quick look and a more in-depth look, right? We'll leave it like it is for now, but we do have access to descriptions in here. I think we can do a bool on these, though. Account for two types of look. Quick look and a full look. That might need it. This does as well. Okay. Room events, build room look message, game events, room data. Is that why we... No. We just need to give you the room data. This is the wrong function. I don't need to be in you. Go back up here. Build room look message. This is the one. But we do need to do that. Give you the room look. Build the room message, room look message break. If someone else looked around, we can just say, we can do get name, the source being us. And then we say write string, source name, looks around the room. Okay. And then we don't need that anymore. We still have our default. Okay, that should cover that. What else do we have here? We're gonna want to account for. Oh, I've got source up here. I don't have to. I don't even pull it out. Okay. That's fine. I can use this here, though. It'll be just a little bit nicer. Since we went to all the trouble of type asserting it, we might as well. Okay. Check my GitHub notes here. This fella here. Nothing that we need to worry about yet. Okay, perfect. Couldn't remember if I chucked anything in there or not to go over. Meow. My connection has decided to be a little bit upset. I did file the ticket with them, so hopefully they'll get it fixed here shortly. Okay. So, character enter and exit have been taken care of now in a single... Yeah, we'll want a quick look. Let's just get this working first, though. So look, notify, character look. I think all of this is done. I believe. Why are you... Like, I have a default here. Ah, because you don't ever return up here. Okay, that's why. So we need to do the message return here in the same way we do here. Log so. Our buff needs to come up, actually. Because no matter what, we have to write one. To spit out the response, right? We might as well do that. Look results. Just thinking. For right now, they're all game updates, but it might be good. It might be good to put this in here and preserve our ability to do a different type if we wanted to, or a different protocol. For now, they're going to be the same. But in the future, there's no guarantee of that. So we'll do that. This is going to go away. Those will be adjusted. Exit text we still need. Line break we still need as a helper. Exit message we don't need. We've handled that all in one by being smarter about our message contents. All right, so that should take care of that. What else is still broken right now that prevents us from starting to consume this? You're not used anymore, so that can go away. You're only used in a test, you can go away. In fact, this whole file should be able to go away. Because we should be down to much fewer events that all fit much nicer inside of one file for now. So there's all that. My tests are going to be in shambles right now, but I don't care about them. What I want to know... We'll fix them in a minute. I guess I should say I don't care about them. I just don't care about them just yet. What I want to know, and I should get set up. What I want to know is if this will launch yet, or if we still have stuff that's going to break compilation. We do in character event. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That... I forgot about that. Character's going to be super broken right now, too. Default starting location. Exits is make... We make you... Why would I do that? Room information. Default starting location. You're used here, which this isn't even a thing anymore. When we create you, we won't need that. I don't think we need that at all. I think we can place ourselves correctly. Now by calling the place. We don't have to feed it. Because once it gets created, it should get a location when it spawns. Convert internal. This one will be a little bit trickier. We want current location, not current room info. But... we have a location stored. This has to be a pointer, though, because... that's already a pointer. Oh, no, we don't have a pointer in here. I thought we switched back to a pointer so that we could nil check it. Maybe I'm going crazy. Windy out there today. A little bit, anyway. Shaping up to be a pretty nice sunny day, though. Aside from that. Might even feel good. Starts to get a little warmer. Okay. You handle apply. Oh, yeah, we have applied damage. Okay. We probably need to get that sorted out. We don't have any way to test that yet anyway. So let's just yank this crap out. We can add it back in. We'll need to do some stuff around that, but we kind of just put him into the event system. And they're going to end up going into, I think, probably the world manager. So all of that can just go away for now. Oh wait, no, hang on. Some of that. So handle character look can go away. Some of this is actually just to add things to the list of valid things. We don't do a character notify from here anymore. We don't do a character exit anymore. We don't do an enter anymore. All of this crap is going away. We don't do decrement or remove. We're taking you out of the character manager. That can be the location. But it's the current location when we save you. We need to say that we don't handle these anymore. That's cool. We don't handle anything at the moment. Cool. These go away because of that. That makes sense. You're probably only used in tests? No, you're used here. Oh, for this description. Right. Because we have to set the description that you pull out later. So when we create one, we give you a default one. That can stay for now. Unstowing is still a thing. Okay. Attributes, skills, status effects. Yeah, this adds us to our list of valid ones. All right, that's that. We have character events in here. Yes, these go away. All right, what else do we still have that's broken? Character map. Character map, go. Character map. This is our active characters, that's right. For now, we're still going to have this here. It might move in the future. I've done that wrong. It's that. Not really an issue, but while we're here, we might as well. Okay. Let's see, what else? Easiest way is probably just to try to run our character.go undefined events. Ah, right. We didn't take these out either. Room information is now only in tests. Get rid of that. I feel like this is going to be a large net negative line count, and that's very good. I like that. Yes, you go away, and you go away, and you go away. Handle character look. What in the world? That's a cool UI bug. Only usage in all places. Okay. So why isn't it grayed out? I don't know. Oh, because it's right above me, dude. I don't know why that counts as a use. That's silly. Notify other action also goes away. Yes. Okay. There's so much less stuff going on now. I'm so happy about that. Bum, 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 bum. These for now we're gonna leave here. We'll probably want to move them into state at some point. Yep, that's still a to-do. Okay. See if there's anything else. Internal world manager is missing a return. World manager is missing a return. Ah, here we are. So that returns, we switch on the event type. You return. If there's an error, you return. You return, you return. We don't have... return nil there. Because if there's no error, then we return nothing here. We don't fall through. We're good. All is well. And I forgot to start the database. Let's do that. Feels like a thing we could do. We could consider. I would take it under advisement to have a database running before you try to connect to it. Okay. Try that again. Ah, look at that. We start. Okay. Let's do into the client and launch the client. And look at that. We'll go ahead and get in here. Look didn't come back to me. Uh-oh, nothing comes back to me. We got troubles. Troubles! No stream. Unhandled exception, timeout exception. Oh, because I crashed. I crashed and burned. Okay, close you. Stack Overflow. Holy cow. Alright, what happened here? Done registering types for world manager. Registering for character. Character handles a plot. Wait a second. Character manager should not be handling those things. What's going on there? I forgot to... make that a little smaller so I can still see my... you I can close for now. Make you smaller so I can see OBS. There we go. I forgot to take out of character manager's register. Handle events right here. You don't actually handle anything right now. We'll let you be that for a second. Because you don't. And I bet Stack Overflow, see if we can figure out character ID, character go 86 is where I did it again. That bug has got to get fixed. Character go 86 in the ID. Turn. Did I not? Oh, you're lowercase. That's what's up. Okay, there we go. Let's try that again, shall we? Just launch you and launch you. All right, we're still not getting look things. But we didn't crash and burn any longer, which is good. So what's happening here? That's still working. Okay. World Manager handles move and look still. Game map, I mean... Calling notify on you. Send. I don't see... I don't see any messages about not handling or stopping listening. Oh, I guess we don't log here. We should though. For now, this is probably a warning, and we'll say character ID of listener, event listener, yeah, has no. Actually, hang on. Because here, if there's none, it could still be a thing. That's why we don't have. We don't guard here. When we do notification wrapper, so we had to mutex you. Let's do that. When we bind... Oh, we do have a bound on here. Okay. We just do it directly. So we could do... inside of our notification... We can do if you're not bound, I'm just going to return. I'm not even going to try to send. And then in here, Listener has gone away. And we can spit out our ID. Character ID, wow, listener's gone away. I guess I could say unable to send to listener, send events, removing listener. Okay. Let's restart everything here and see if we see that appear or not, so that we know if the listener goes away. The answer appears to be no. Okay. So we know that because the exit works, well, no, that's going to be in the client mostly, I think. We can test that theory. Hello, Mr. Mongoose says, "Good, howdy, Mr. Cresho. How's it going with you?" I'm all right. Had a productive couple days. Got a bunch of stuff I needed to get around to done. Back to this project. Okay, so if exit works correctly here, we should see it disconnect in the server. And we do. Stopping listener for character. So we've gone away there. So we have stuff still passing through the client handler. And we do get the welcome message when we log in, right? So that leads me to believe that I've broken something in getting the notifications back from the world manager, because this is the MOTD that comes from the server. Okay, so somewhere along the way, I have fat fingered something in getting the notifications back. So we put the message in. This has got to be in the character manager. Finishing some work-related stuff. Excellent, excellent. And it's going to be in listen and forward. This is the manager. This is not my client handler. Here we go. Listen and forward server events. Otherwise okay. Excellent. So listening to character notifications fired. Pretty sure. Let's triple check that. Otherwise okay. Glad to hear it. You stop whatever you're doing. Logins, client error. Oop. Oh, that's the old one. Okay. Login successful. Get character request received from authenticated account. Get character request. Returning. Status minder starting. Listening to character notifications. Okay. Logging him out. Status minder stopping. Events. Listener stopping. Okay. That all worked. So we got to at least here, got past there. We didn't get an error here, so we got to here at least. That got fired off. Did I correctly, when I send the message, I'm wondering if I have a different pointer. Was my job quest in Tech Mud progressing? Not great. It's still crap out there. I looked a little bit. I don't know, man. I'm really, really fed up with the current state of the industry. I'm really, really just tired of middle managers and product managers and scrum masters and all of the enterprise garbage that goes along with it that takes away from writing software that's good and people want. And all of this AI chasing nonsense, even when they admit it's not doing anything for them. And all of the outsourcing and offshoring, I'm just so tired of that. Sad to hear that. I mean, yeah. Like, I love... okay, so when I first got laid off, and I was having no luck in the job search, I was really questioning if I wanted to do this anymore at all. But it was actually this project and streaming that like really proved to me that no, I still love writing code. I still like building things. I still love doing the work. It's just the crap that goes around it that I don't want to deal with that shit anymore. Seems like you have to learn managerese language, or I could not. You know? I could just not. Like, just the thought fills me with hatred. And like, for a long time, I did believe that maybe I just needed to better learn how to play the corporate game. Even though like everything inside of me was saying that this is wrong. Right? Like, this is stupid. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't do what we want it to. We're not like furthering goals that we care about with all of this pomp and circumstance and nonsense. But everybody just says, well, you got to learn the language. You got to, you know, play the game and all that. But look where it's getting us. Look at where it has led. People are getting laid off left and right. People are being replaced with AI. It's going very well for Amazon. I don't know if you saw the news over the past couple days where they admitted that their recent outages that were major were vibe coding slop. Like, their fucking AI decided this, you know what? The way to fix this is delete it all. No code, no errors, right? So, I don't know. Like seeing the results of playing the game happen not just to me, but to everybody. Maybe it's not playing the game. You know? This is wrong. Yeah, I know the feeling, right? Like, how many hours of your life do you need to spend in a fucking Zoom call saying nothing from my end? At what point in time are we competent, professional, and just goddamn adults enough to say, if I have an issue, I'll contact somebody and ask them questions on my own. I don't need a fucking meeting. You know? Ah. And like, I could deal better with all of that horse shit. And with the constant layoffs in the industry, the whole field, and with all of the nonsense and the contracts and expecting us to work 40 hours a day in the name of uptime, if it wasn't so fucking broken to try to get a job. I am so deeply sick of talking to recruiters and people have no idea what I do. Well, tell me about yourself. Read the fucking resume. That's about myself. Let me talk to somebody who knows the job and we can find out if I want to work here. They're just using AI hype to explain layoffs. It's good for the bottom line, and that's the only thing that market cares about. Yes, exactly. It is absolutely smoke and mirrors. They're trying to pave over the recession that we've been in. At least in the US. I don't know about other markets, but I hear it's not great elsewhere either. They hired too much people during COVID. I mean, maybe. But they already did that song and dance and laid off a ton of people. And like every single month they revised the job creation numbers down that they reported on earlier that said, you know, things are okay. We're gaining jobs in the market. No, we've been losing jobs. And they're finally starting to say, oh, well, we were wrong. There weren't as many. So like the we overhired narrative doesn't hold water. At first it was we overhired, and then it was, well, because of the taxes, now we can't amortize engineering salaries, so we have to cut back. But that was rolled back. They already did the COVID layoffs. Now the excuse is AI. What if the number just doesn't go up and to the right always? You know? And that's another thing. Like the whole endless growth chasing, like focus on that over anything else, and being so short-sighted about it is also making me disgusted with the industry. But unfortunately, that's like the entire corporate landscape. And so I just don't know what to do, you know? Like my last job wasn't a tech job, and they still played the, well, you know, we hire from within, we promote from within. So there's a chance of a career here if you know, do all if you're a good little robot, right? And then that was proven to absolutely be a lie. They played the, oh, well, we're waiting on this and we're waiting on that, and then they hired somebody else and thought I wouldn't notice. And then they're like, well, if numbers, you know, keep looking good, then maybe we can give you the brass ring. And I'm like, or I could just find something else to do. Fuck you. You know? The whole hiring process is fake. Too much people fighting for too many jobs. That's why you have this stupid hiring. Yeah. They get to be picky. Yeah. A place I used to work, I'm still friends with people that work there. And they're doing RTO now. I was not surprised. It was pretty funny, though. Like, everybody's doing RTO because their fucking middle management, midwit cocksuckers just can't figure out how to have people do their jobs. But yeah, so that's actually pretty much how my job quest is going. Is I look at bullshit and I get angry, and then I try to figure out it's something else. Anywho, I was trying to get messages back is what I was trying to do. I was wondering if I'm correctly putting client handler playing game state is where you should happen when we get a thing. Double check here. I have a pointer to the game client, which is you. There you are. You have a pointer to your character. And I'm wondering if it's getting dereferenced. When I pass it through the interface. There was something because I need to access this exact object to get, messages through to it. I guess we could easily probably prove that theory if here in Notify, where I just added this handy little check, I was to say log, and this would be a debug, character ID has no listeners. And I do my character ID. Industry has to slim down because AI capital expenditures, money laundering, and stock manipulation bubble that is about to burst. Like it's the air is coming out, right? It's been on its way out, I think. And I'm hopeful that it continues. Some folks were saying that the whole the AI companies trying to get into government use recently, that big old story was basically the setup for a bailout, more or less, attempt. And I mean, it sounds plausible to me. Okay, so we're in has no listeners. Yeah, it's exactly what's happened. Okay. I guess I was on the other screen, huh? Has no listeners. So, I'm getting... Stuff is getting mangled as a result of going through this interface. Keep your chin up. You're a good programmer, methodical. You document things. It's a skill hard to find today. Well, I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Yeah, and like I think I have a project that I think is more commercially viable than this game. Like, this is going to appeal to a very niche set of people, right? It'd be cool if it makes anything at all. It's more a project for my enjoyment and also to stream content, right? But I have another project that's probably more commercially viable that I've been working on. I would like to start streaming it soon. I've got to finish getting things in place that are sensitive. Like I don't want to accidentally have stuff on screen that I need to go then fix, IPs, API keys, crap like that. Just because that's going to give me a headache, right? Once I get done with that stuff, I want to be able to start streaming it. And it will be not in place of this stuff, but in addition to, I think. I hope. It'd be cool if that could make some money. I would like to continue to grow my channel and hopefully make some money from there. So we got, a lot of different things we can do that would involve not working for these corporate dickheads. But also I'm super open to all doing, contracting stuff, where that gives me a little bit more control, to say, no, and to skip some of the nonsense, or to working for, like a startup that's not doing AI crap. Cause I will not, deal with that nonsense. So, there's options that are not the thing that I hate that just makes me want to go live in a cabin in the woods. Yes, AI to government use is bad. Yeah. I mean, that's a compelling argument to me. But we'll see what happens, A lot of people are really mad. Okay. So, this is getting mangled. I need in my game events here. Now, a pointer should have satisfied the interface, but I'm thinking I might need to specify that it is in fact an pointer to get it in there. The problem is how do I pass a pointer through an interface? Because a pointer satisfies the interface because it has all these things that can be called on it, but it's not a pointer at the same time. So there's weirdness with that in Go. I remember that. Which is why I thought I was in the clear to just give it the pointer, even though it doesn't specifically ask for one. Let's see here. Oh, I wonder... Good luck with your commercial projects, reminding me of the way I started. Oh, yeah? I think it's a thing that people might like. I don't want to get into it until I'm ready to share it. But I'm hopeful. Let's see here. How do I now... What in the world was that? If I did that... Maybe that... Nope, I think that's too... Let's put that back. And then... Oh. Okay, there we go. That's different now. When I pull this out... I guess it could be here, too. I would need to take the address of here. But I can't do that. Source type pointer to a game object. Yeah, it's a game object. Interface will store the pointer directly. See, I thought so. But it's not... Oh, you know what? Maybe I forgot in here at some point to say... That's an interesting thought. I think I still have move debug messages. As soon as you have something publishable, you should put it in the open. What do you mean? Like, develop it openly? Even if it fails the first day because of too many requests, it's a good sign. I mean, yeah, that would be a good sign, I guess. Hopefully not, but you know. Place character at point will spawn you there. Your pointer's all the way down here. Handle event. When I hand off to the source, I unmarshal or type assert as a pointer. Ah. Wait. That's just the error message. Target, game map move, character, which should be a pointer at this point. No, not developer open, just service open. Yeah, well, getting is the tricky part. There's a lot of stuff to build. I have a POC that I did that I shared with some friends, and they responded positively to it. I just gotta, it was all mock data. So I've got to build mostly the back end, but some of the front end for stuff that didn't exist in the POC just because I used hard-coded data, right? Or temporarily input data. I'm not opposed to developing it in the open once I get past that. Past the sensitive stuff, where I'm flying around all over the place. But I made progress on it over the past couple days, and also I needed to stop and test my backups for my self-hosted Git instance, GitForge instance, ForgeJo, because I didn't want to lose anything I was working on, and it lives over there exclusively right now. So I managed to do that over the past couple days as well. So I have confidence in that. So it all sort of leads up to just, the little things that need to get done along the way while I'm also building all the rest of the stuff and doing this. And I'm just kind of a busy guy right now. Gonna have to have your outage sooner or later, better sooner. I mean, yeah. Hopefully not. I mean, like I have some DevOps fundamentals. Hopefully I can not fall over immediately. Like, it's gonna happen eventually, I'm sure, but it would be nice to not completely screw the pooch on that. First impressions and all, it wouldn't be tricky to make if it's useless. I mean, yeah, that's the theory, right? And a lot of it's just crud work, which is just a matter of trying to not shoot yourself in the foot in the future and just get it done. The big stumbling point up to this point was, I needed to build the ForgeJo instance and all that to get a pipeline up that I didn't have to worry about falling over every other day, for building and testing. The big stumbling block was getting auth in place. I tried auth 0, their docs sucked, and I couldn't figure out how to get a token out of them through Flutter. I tried Clerk, their docs were way better. Their Flutter support for the client is beta, and it doesn't support web. This would be a web product. It's going to be a deal breaker for me. And then I tried Supabase auth. I don't want to use Supabase for the database because I don't see the benefit. If, as a backend developer, I'm going to write a backend anyway because I don't want to be platform locked. I don't see the benefit at all, but they will let you use just the auth. And I didn't want to maintain an auth system. I don't want to do that. I want to be able to hook it to OAuths and things and just let somebody else worry about that part if I can avoid it. So that's where I was with that, and I've got that squared away. Their backend support kind of sucked. Their docs for their server side stuff, validation, were not good. So I just wound up using GW Go. Hi guys. Hi QWERTY. How's it going? Most of the things these days are just transforming data from and to DB. Cred work. I mean, yes and no, right? All of programming is essentially read data, transform data, and output data, you know? Maybe store data somewhere, which is just kind of another form of output. Like that's the pieces that the proof of concept mostly dealt with doing things in the web UI. The database side of things is, yeah, it is just CRUD work for that, pretty much, to get everything stored away. I want to share with you that I almost finished my Golang course. Awesome. Go is really good language. I really like it. I agree. I also really enjoy Go. Awesome that you're almost done with the course, though. How are you liking it? Let's see here. Oh, yes. So when I move, I have a pointer at this point. So where do you get mangled? Character. Pull you out as a pointer. It's interesting. Excellent. Where are you becoming not a pointer? Guess we could try debugging here. Game events. It's because this doesn't return a pointer, I bet. We end up with a copy right here, I think. Which shouldn't matter. Wouldn't think. Because it should just pass along a pointer. So we don't get to handle server update. We are in here when it is a move or a look, character move. We call move on the character. Message, event, new event. We put ourselves in there. I think that you have a good approach for your commercial product. Stick to it. Well, hopefully. Appreciate it, though. It's always good to know that I'm not completely insane. We broadcast the message. Take the address of the message we get, which should still be fine. Like, even if the message gets copied around, there's still a pointer in here. A copy of a pointer should still resolve to the thing, right? Alright, yeah. We need to go into debug land. So we go to main. Easiest way to do that will be to come over here. But I want to also make sure I put a breakpoint before I do that. Playing game state. We can start with look, I suppose, because they're both broken in the same way. So we'll start at that point. Debug. Even if your insane world is insane a few orders of magnitude, so there's that, right? You're not wrong. It gets back to, oh, okay, so hang on. I saw a thing earlier, and I did put a pin in it. Here we go. Here we go. I did put a pin in it. So this person had posted on a Hacker News, and they're saying, AI agents took my programming job, what can I do? They don't believe that somebody needs to tell the AI what to do and check. They're a middleman. They make it worse because they're playing telephone. Claude is going to build their own open Claude-like system, right? So they can train people. They don't think that either. This person was obviously doing work for clients, right? And they have no value they think they can provide. This is the only thing that they could come up with, and they don't think it's true. They weren't doing any development work, obviously. They were gluing shit together, right? or something similar. So, like, why not me? You know? Why couldn't I make a thing? That's the sort of thinking, because, you know, anytime you start talking about, like, okay, I'm going to build something, there's always somebody that says, well, you know, 90% of things fail. Well, 90% of things are crap, you know? Obviously, that person who has not enough imagination to figure out how they might be valuable in an era when their client has said that they can vibe code an ERP system in 2 days. Sure. Either this is an unpaid or an undisclosed advertisement, paid advertisement, or they aren't anything more than a plumber. Not to disparage plumbers, but they're just connecting A to B, you know, NPM package, download, left pad, connect it, you know? Because, yeah, they'll produce a plausible looking thing, but it's not going to be correct or maintainable, you know? And that person thinking that everything is over, like, it just indicates that they weren't providing a whole lot of value. Probably. That lack of vision, I guess, is like a red flag to me. 90% of things is crap. That's true. Yeah, I gotta look up who that was now, because it's come up a couple times. I forget. Sturgeon's Law. There we go. Sturgeon's Law. And I believe he was talking about, like, the OG science fiction when people said, like, a lot of it was crap. And he's like, well, yeah, 90% of everything is crap. Yeah, here you go. Sturgeon's Law. Science fiction author and critic. Science fiction was often derided for its low quality by critics. Most work in other fields was low quality too, and science fiction was no different. Like, there's a lot of crap out there. And it's crap that's obviously making enough money to continue to exist. So why not good thing? Okay. Speaking of good things. Alright, I am in debug. I am running my client. While I'm logging in, and I will look. Okay, so client, my character, right, her, is foo. And if I think here, maybe I just jot down the address. 0x375E 850E 4000. Well, society thinks we should sell more crap because it offers more choices. Yes and no. A lot of that stuff is an illusion of choice, which is kind of funny. Because if you look at, like, you know, the breakfast cereal aisle, there's like 3 companies. There's 1,000 different products, competing products even sometimes. They're all made by the same people. Like, they've all bought one another up and concentrated everything. You know? Which is kind of funny. In the way that's not, you know, doesn't make you laugh. Okay, so. Look event is true. We do that. We trigger a look. Agree with illusion of choice? Yeah. Alright, so we get our look. We make our events. And we still have the correct pointer address. We come in here. Our target. Nope, sorry, no. Our source is a character that's different right there. Right there. Wait, no, that's manager. Sorry, my bad. I can't. Okay, well, let's just keep going here. So that's the correct one still. Events, can we see the address in here? No. Okay. Can I... Can I figure out what you are? Well, maybe once I get into here, I can once again look event. Guess we can start here. But I need to fire another one because we already dispatched that message and got over there. Didn't we? You. Game events, look event. Look event, broadcast. Handle event. What if I don't break here? Will you then let me go over there? No. Interesting. It's probably because you live in a different process or go routine. You? No. Okay. What about a move? Can I get over there by chance? No, of course not. Why not? If I pause you, did I screw up putting World Manager in there, maybe? Handle event. Let's go into handle event. Let's actually hit play again. I should see handler fire off a log message too, actually. And I don't. Oh. Oh. The plot thickens. Okay, how about here? And if I do a look. Oh, you know what? I think I'm dumb. I think I am a stoopy. You're listening for an event. That should be fine. Game event, event, okay. But my listen, new message data on the message bus. When I put you on the message bus, broadcast message is a new message. This goes into message broker broadcast. Okay, why don't I see a handle event get logged? Event type, event handlers, game events, event type, event handler. In here, event type, game events, move event, look events. Game events, look events. That's all. Okay, that's wired up correctly. Broadcast message, dispatch message. I don't see dropping message for no subscribers. And I should be, yeah, I do see debug logging. It's turned on. We see you twice. Hang on. Launch that again really quick. We'll close and relaunch you because I forgot to log out before I close the server. Or stop the server, rather. Go back. Operation was canceled. Interesting. Has no listeners. But I don't see additional broadcast for no listeners. Okay. So it gets disconnected sooner than I thought. And it's then not getting... Messages aren't being put into the bus because it's not saying it's handling them. Something has gone awry here. Let's exit that really quick so that I can close you. Dropping a message if no subscribers is okay. Yes, but I should see it dropping them. But I'm not seeing I'm not seeing anything that I expect to see right now. I don't see it dropping the message. I don't see the game manager. And this is I guess that one's a warning, but there should still be a debug. And warning's probably okay for that. Like, theoretically, you shouldn't be sending messages that have no listener in this case, right? So warning's probably all right. It's a red flag that something might have gone wrong. But I'm not seeing it get picked up and handled here either. So something has gone wrong in between my ability to then register a subscriber. Yeah, the game manager should be the subscriber. That's what I'm saying. I'm not seeing it dropped, but I'm also not seeing in here, when we pull things out of there, we should see handle event, right? Do we see register a logging subscriber? Why? I can just log directly here. Registering handle types. Hang on. I want to handles character move, handles look event, world manager. Okay, that's cool. Character manager doesn't handle anything right now. That's cool. Game manager starting successfully, starting the server. Game manager listening for events on message bus, starting game loop. Mud in 2026, that's a throwback. I know, right? Subscriber that logs and handle messages. Why? I can just log here directly. It'll get written to standard out or standard error. I forget which one I connected it to. I need to revisit my logging package internally eventually, but for now it's fine. GDK warning, GDK Wayland error read. Oh, that's a client. We'll look at you later. That's fine. But I don't see handle event getting fired. Either way, if I added or handled, which it should be handled because in my game events, a look event and a move, or a look event is async. A move event is sync. These guys probably need to go away, but that's a task for later. We don't see a log saying that it was unable to send. We don't see it dropping. So it's got to be in Game Manager at some point in here. Listen for events. Listening for events on message bus. But message data. Where did I subscribe? I must have been in the startup. Yes, you can put logging wherever you want, but you already have a framework that handles messages. Why not use it? Because I don't need to have a handler attached to it. That's one more thing to be connected or not that would need to register, and then you'd have to do switching logic to send it to that instead of just saying, hey, if I didn't send it to anybody, I'm just going to log a message from this module. And having the module in here is one of the things I want to address. Scope creep. I mean, like, I can see the argument in some other kind of system, but because these are just modules that all live on the same server, like, it's an internal message bus, I just don't see that where it would get me anything. Like, it would make this logic more complicated. These are only warnings because theoretically you shouldn't be sending messages if there's no subscribers unless something has gone wrong, right? It's a canary in the coal mine, so to speak. We want to keep that message bus only being used for things that are actually used at this point. And that may go away into a debug log if there was a case where we decide, we want to be able to beacon this. And if somebody happens to pick it up, we're cool with that. But if nobody does, it doesn't matter. And it's not like it's not a red flag, right? Then we would change this. But for now, I don't see a reason that it would gain me anything. Yes, starting game manager, we subscribe here, broker name, broker channel, game manager, my subscribe topic is going to be what's broken, I bet you. Bet you when I said broadcast, no, we add broadcast. We add you automatically when you register. We say that you're good for broadcast too. Add subscriber name, broadcast topic. I think before I had a different topic and I changed it to broadcast, which is probably not the most correct, but it's the way it's the most decoupled. We could put it on the right channel, but it was there. Maybe I put it on the broadcast always. This is going back pretty far. Okay, so it was always on broadcast. I'm wrong. Okay. Would make for a cleaner interface, but it's temporary. It's okay. Better not to over-engineer. Well, so I would have to, in my broadcast method function, I would have to have somebody register as a log message handler, right? So there's another moving piece. And then I have to like rebroadcast to that topic or something. But also, if subscribing also subscribes you to the broadcast channel, which is the way it's currently set up. So you can tell me I'm interested in messages addressed to Game Manager, but also you get broadcast for free. Because it's a broadcast, right? So I'd have to have something else that sits on there. It's going to see both of those messages, and then it has to switch and decide what to output. Like, I don't understand how that's cleaner in any way, shape, or form. As opposed to just having the module log directly and make its decisions. Like, things can log all over the place. I'm totally okay with that. Right now they all get the same source, but that's one of the things I wish to fix in the future, is that I want this to say, I'm the message broker module, right? And I just haven't gotten around to it because it's a minor chore. Okay, so it's going into the broadcast still. It used to, and it does still. Our message broker message, it's a broadcast, it's a data with an event. in the game manager here, in my listen routine, I pull you off. We switch on your type right here. That got switched. Oop. There we go. I betcha. Add event or handle event. It was never triggering because it's not a pointer that comes out of there anymore. Which shouldn't matter. The other thing we could do... Actually, I lied. That should be a pointer. Damn it. What I should have done is... This is probably a warning as well. Unexpected message type received by game manager dropping or ignoring, I guess. And I should spit out set type. And then this is message data. That'll help in the future. So if we go back in, logging shouldn't rebroadcast, it should just log. But if logging subscribes to the broadcast channel, which everything does, it's going to see that, and then it's going to have to drop that. And then you'd have to tell it in some way, shape, or form that nothing was handled. Like if you're passing it over the message bus, you have to pass it over the message bus, right? Kind of like tap operator, RxJS. I'm not familiar with RxJS. I try not to become familiar with anything JS, but you know. Unexpected message type, game events.event. Okay, so it didn't get a pointer. Interesting. And my connection has decided to be grumpy. Okay, but we do the address of a message here. Why is it not dispatching a pointer? Message, broker message. This is an interface. Type data and response topic. Logging is a side effect. Right. That it is currently a side effect. If it doesn't broadcast anything, it logs. Dispatch message. Take our message, which at this point should be a pointer, and we shove it in there to the channel. Why doesn't this end up sending out a pointer? Like, it probably doesn't need to be one. I'm just trying to understand. I guess it's just easier to log when broadcaster's message is not handled. Yeah, it's way easier and it's cleaner. And like logging as a side effect, Like I think I understand the argument of that not being a pure function, but also I'm not a functional programmer because the idea of a pure function is of limited utility in my mind. Like it shouldn't do weird shit like, I don't know, write to the database, but like having it spit out a log message, I value the ability to trace things more than that particular, you know, bit of snootery. Logging listener should be last as handled, but then I have to, I still have to subscribe him, right? or create him or something, and spin up another routine that hangs off of there just to spit stuff out. And it's still a side effect at that point, right? Because it creates a whole new thing that it doesn't tell you about, which it shouldn't, because it's not your concern. It's the message broker's concern. And then the only thing that changes really would be that if send count is 0, then we send a message to it. So, like, why? That's another channel. That's another thing. Like, it seems equivalent to me in cleanliness, you know? Data type. Dispatch takes the interface. Oh, that's what I was going to check. You still satisfy this interface, yes? Message broker message. Yeah, we actually use a interface there. Oh. Oh. You have a pointer receiver because that. But when we call broadcast message up here in look, now we just create you, we hand you in. So why aren't you a pointer? What if you want to store the log message to DB? Then you would probably want a listener for that. Yep, that would make more sense. Then you would still end up emitting a new event, though. Or writing it indirectly. Which, I mean, so if you have a log listener and you want to log your messages to a database, then you probably want to log everything, right? So it would be listening to the broadcast more likely. So you'd end up with duplicate events, or you'd have to basically re-emit an event to say, hey, nobody logged that last event, right? My advice is to keep your code simple and manageable. Don't care about routines, but you would need a routine in order to monitor that channel. Like that's how you would do that if you wanted to have a log listener. The message bus under the hood uses Go channels. Broadcast message, new message, broadcast topic. But I mean, don't care about optimization until you have proper numbers in places that are bottlenecks. I feel like I missed a message or something because I don't understand how we got there from logger, a log listener. Dispatch message takes you, and that becomes a problem because it doesn't implement broker message as the type method has a pointer receiver. Because the type needs to return specifically the type of this exact object. I guess that doesn't necessarily need a type pointer. Those could all be... Like, it wouldn't matter, but I'm still confused as to this. Subscriber channel. Channel. Because of that. No, because it's interface. It should still come out of there. And obviously it did before. Message data type. Data is an interface. It doesn't come out as a point. Oh, okay. Maybe I've gone and confused myself. Dispatch message puts you in there. That's fine. Because we've got two different types of message here. Event. That right there. There's where I made a mistake. If I was to do that... New? I don't want to put a new one in there. Do I have some kind of a collision going on with a name I've changed? Oh, replace. Okay, it was saying this. I see. Right. We could do that. But okay, yeah, because okay. It goes in as a copy, therefore it's not a pointer when it comes out, right? Okay, that makes sense to me now. That's fine. I'm happy with that as a thing. We can fix that now without, like, causing me angst. Log message listener would be more in line with overall interfaces. I don't understand how. What do you mean? Putting it in broadcaster is also okay. Okay, so I'm getting super confused by what you're trying to say. Let me pull up Oliscala. So I have a message broker. Oop. That was a weird refresh. Get you out of here. All right. Here's my message broker. It's just a little guy. He just kind of chills out here, right? Anybody can go ahead and say, I'm interested in playing in the message broker land. And they can subscribe here, right? And in here, they say, I'm interested in messages for foo and bar. And these guys can be. And then you can be Baz. And you are interested in Baz, right? So they get a channel back that says, okay, cool. And this guy keeps track of you and knows who's interested in what, right? And this is all Go channels. So they're asynchronous. They can get fed out and then whatever. So a message comes in. We get our message into the broker. And it says, cool. I'm interested in sending this to Foo. But also, you all get broadcast for free. Right? So it's going to say, whoop, I'm going to send it in here, but I'm also going to send it to the broadcast. Because everybody... Sorry, no. That's only if it is broadcast. I'm confusing myself now. You get subscribed to the broadcast, though. That is true. Okay, so if this is foo, then it gets sent to foo. If this comes in and it's a broadcast message, right, then it's going to go, all right, everybody gets it. Everybody, all of ya. In either case, if there's nobody listening, nobody cares to this message here, it's going to get dropped, right? Actual benefit cleaning interface or broadcaster logging is left to benchmarking. Right, yeah. So if it's a broadcast, it just goes out. But if it's to foo and nobody cares, it gets dropped. If you were to put a logger and say, great, I'm listening to messages to log, right? Then if a message comes in and it's for log, well, okay, great. I've got my log entry. You get the message, right? If it's a broadcast message, it still ends up going to log because it goes to everybody. And then if nobody handles this, then I have to put a message back into here, or I have to get store a separate listener, separate pointer, separate channel that goes directly to logger to then route that message to either through the same interface as all messages or directly, which kind of like breaks the idea of this as a message broker, kind of, right? Message broker can register default listener for logging if message is not handled. You can have separate loggers for prod, loggers in DB, and loggers for testing. Except for I don't care about all those different use cases. Like, logging is, I'm very happy to log to the box, right? I don't see a reason not to log to the box. Whatever you do with it from there shouldn't really need to be my concern. There's a ton of tools that can gather and do lovely analytics on your logs. You want to plug them into Grafana. You want to get some Prometheus stuff going that pulls them. Like, if you pull the logs from the box using Prometheus's deal, then I don't have to pass every single request to this through Prometheus or through to my service through Prometheus. So like if I'm not already going to do that for some reason, like if I'm not interested in whatchamacallit, like doing other analytic type things, which in this case I'm not really, I don't think, because it's a WebSocket, things would get funky, I think. So like it just doesn't make sense to me. You suggest game programming patterns is from there. I mean, sure, that's fine. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense in some cases. I'm just saying that in this case, it just adds a ton of complication for stuff that I don't see a value out of, right? Like, I could go to my message broker and say that, you know, if instead of just logging directly in my where'd you go? Right here. I could say here to check and see if I have somebody registered with like a log or a default or whatever, and then send it to that channel like this, or I could dispatch to myself in theory. It'd be kind of weird, but like that would probably be the more correct-ish way. And then that would fall through to here, get sent to somebody, right? Then it would have a send count. But like, I just don't see the value. I don't see what that gets me in a world where I don't want to. There's no message for log. There's a listener that logs that message is not handled. But I still need a listener. I still have to have some channel that somebody that does something with that message to gets sent to, right? So then I'd have to start a go routine. Like, these all run through Go channels. That's how the bus is wired up. You call the pointer to the broadcaster that you have. You say, dispatch this message. It starts firing them off to all of the channels. Whoever's subscribed. That's how they get the messages to and from those subscribers. Well, to them. It could be from, too, if they were to dispatch as well. But basically, they all just put things into. There is no log message that goes back to broadcast. Well, how would you get it then? Where would you do the logging in this case? While you think about that, I will restart the server and see if fixing that will route my messages. And I'm going to restart the client because I forgot to log him out. And now look works. It's amazing. If you actually handle the things you put into the bus, stuff happens. This, however, is a problem. So we've gotten lost, and it has recovered us 3 times over. So that's a thing. So we'll have to fix that, but we're further along than we were. Okay, so we put our message in. It got handled. Look was handled one time, right? Following people are here. Nobody. That shouldn't actually be firing. It's okay. So I messed that up in my logic there. That's fine. We appended the header without having anybody in there. But the moving is a problemo. Let's tackle the look first because it's hopefully going to be easier. It'll be in our playing game state, and it's in the handle server update. Don't care about... Where would you log? Where would you log here? Where would you call log? Where would you send the message to the listener? Think about that. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. There we go. Message should have a flag that's handled. Last logging listener. Okay, so where does that listener live? Where? Where does it exist? Okay, so over here, understand your approach, just like a cleaner interface and simpler code. Where does it live? Where does it get simpler? That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't get any simpler than this. Where would the listener for a logging message live, right? Okay, we're going to send it here to, right? Where does it go? How do we get there from here? You have to have another channel, right? Or you have to have something that this thing starts and then it takes a message and spits it out someplace. So why add? We'd have to have a whole other thing that says here that I would then call broker log. Oh, we already have a log thing. It's just a logger, right? But we'd have to be log thing handle message, right? So now we push that off into another thing, right? The interface to message broker is assuming there's no await response, which you can await because this grew up from another thing. Depends on your broker architecture. Right. The broker architecture and its interface is that you create me, right? And you can pass around a reference to me. That's cool. When you subscribe, I know about you and I give you a channel that you listen to. When you unsubscribe, I take you out. And then you can call dispatch message on me and you can await a response if you have given me, you can call that on your channel that I give you, rather. So if you've given me a response topic, which we don't even use anymore, it should probably come out. It's just a thing that's left over. Like, the only thing that you really care about is subscribe, unsubscribe, dispatch message. That's the interface, right? Create a new one, call one of those things, depending on what you're trying to do. Listener is added by broker, I guess, when it encounters a message to emit. So we'd have to create a new class of a listener thing that decides what to do with, well, not a class, but a new object, right? Of a listener anytime it wanted to log and say that nothing handled this. Like, that seems like a lot of work to me. So we'd have to create it during new, in which case we've just added scaffolding around this call, right? Or as to create it here, in which case we've added initializing a new thing and then calling it here. Like, I just don't see how that becomes cleaner. It's a default action that broker does on emit message. There is no emit message. It puts messages into a channel. This is the emit message, so to speak, thing. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's pub sub, right? Broadcast goes to everybody. Anything that is specifically sent to a specific topic goes through here. And if nobody's listening, it just logs. Because they're Go channels, I have to send to each of them. And then they all asynchronously do whatever they want. I'm just here to hand out the mail, you know? log listener. Okay, so then again, I still have to create a listener somewhere. And it has to participate in this ecosystem so that it gets messages, right? Where does it live? Either it has to be another Go routine because it's asynchronous because it goes through channels, or it has to live in here. Class can be created beforehand. Okay. So then I put it in here, right? And I have broker log class log message, right? Something like that. Because it has no local state. Right. So I have to create something like this, right? Emit messages put into a channel. Okay, sure. So I've put the messages into the channels that were subscribed. If I didn't send it to anybody, I have no subscribers. I have to log to that thing I created, right? I'm learning more by watching this discussion stream than my job after a year. Well, I'm glad. But that's also why we talk, because that's how we learn too, right? That's why I'm on a stream. And that's why, like, this has no bearing on anything I'm trying to do right now, but it's an interesting discussion. Me too. But this is what I would have to do what you're saying, right? I would have to have a log class that gets put into the broker. Okay, fine. And then I have to call log on it if there's nothing sent, right? Or, you know, you say default action, but that's, like, you could still send it to the logger here, I guess. But then you'd still have to send a message to indicate specifically that there was no handler, right? So either way, it ends up looking like this, or in here as well, we put it in the default probably, right? Logger class in broker. Right, that's what I'm saying, right here, right? That's what this would look like. It would look like a call to this, right? It's reused across messages. Like this, right? This is the broker. This is a pointer to the broker object. This would be what you're saying, right? Like, okay, we can put it up here too, if you're thinking default land. Okay. Is that what you mean? And I know there's a lovely delay, so I'm waiting. Because we're into the meat of this discussion now. Logger class is logger. Okay. Then how do I send messages to it? Like this? Because if I do this, this has to be in a Go routine. You don't send it from entity. What entity? This is the broker. So there's two ways to make this work, right? Either it's a pointer or something that's stored inside of the broker itself. This is the struct, this is the method, right? Or it needs to be a subscriber. So then we would say, by default, we send it to the log listener, right? We can rename him that, right? Okay, I don't understand. Broker triggers it or send from entity. This is the broker right here. Broker knows about logger listener. It just adds it to every message. It is created once and reused. Which of these two things do you mean? In both of these cases, it would be created once because it's a thing that is on the broker object, right? So either it's a channel that hooks into something, and because of channel, and because this guy runs as its own thing, we need to make this asynchronous, right? Or we call it directly to log a message. And I believe these are buffered channels, but I could be misremembering. New channel. Yeah, these are buffered. They're defaulted to 10. So if we do it this way, this will run 10 times, and then this buffer is full unless somebody drains it, right? They have to be asynchronous, otherwise it would block on this forever until somebody picked it up. Which channels are more or less kind of an async thing. Like, they don't make a ton of sense in a non-async world. That's why Game Manager over here has this little listen for events loop that goes and checks it and waits for a message and pulls it out as soon as it gets it. It's going to block here until there's no, or until there is a message, rather. And that's why it's in a Go routine. Vibe coding or coding? Coding. And currently having a discussion about logging because it's interesting. Like, I don't understand the adds it to every message part of this either. Like, I don't understand where... I don't understand what that would get me. It's created once when broker gets hooked up, then it just listens on all messages and logs ones that fail or are not handled, whatever. So you'd have to create a go routine for that, right? So you're adding additional asynchronous stuff. So you're talking this case right here. So I'd have to create another routine that would auto-subscribe on creation of this guy. And then its purpose would be to sit down here in, like here, right? It'd be to sit here, and it would just loop and loop and loop and do basically the same thing that this does here. Anytime there's a message, it would spit it out. Logger listener does not care about the message, it just logs when it failed. That doesn't change anything at all about what I just said, though. So, okay, you can put it down here instead. Right? Oop. Like that, and then get rid of this guy. But he still has to be here looping. Just logs when it failed or not handled. Keep it up, bro. Just joined the live from my feed. By chance, it attracted me because it has been a while. I do not see cursor through the thumbnail. You're not wrong. I use none AI because I want my brain to be the intelligence. Thank you very much. So you'd still need, and I'm just going to copy this because we're just kind of spitballing here. So we'll call him channel, I guess, right? Vibe coding prohibited, right? So all of this, and then we would just do whatever we do here, right? We would not even need to switch. We would just do right. We had to pull out a log or whatever and say what its topic was or whatever. So we would do listener log, Warren F, right? It'd be the same thing here, basically, if we were to go this route. And it would be the new messages topic or whatever. And then this is just the debug. Same thing here. Right? What's the broker purpose again? I just came. It's an asynchronous message bus for different modules within the engine itself. Let's see. Auto subscribe to every message, but there is no auto subscribe, right? I would have to create this thing. I'd have to start it. It sits here, hangs off of this channel, asynchronously goes, and anytime it gets a message, spits it out, right? So why do all of this stuff? The interface doesn't change at all for the consumer, right? Why do this when I can just do this? Like, where does the interface change in here? Character moving. That's what I was doing. There's a delay, so I got to wait for the answer to come back. So you're trying to do pub sub like message queuing for every module, listen further broke? Not really, not everything. And I don't know what all of those letters are supposed to mean. No, I have this message broker, so anything that handles a specific event can register itself and get messages, because Go does not allow cyclical importing. So the character package can know about the map package. If it does, the map package cannot know about the character package, and vice versa, right? In the map package, I wish to know about the character package because I want to have pointers to characters on tiles, in rooms, etc. So we have to decouple things. We're forced to by the language. So I need a message bus that can take events, and then the game manager handles them either synchronously or asynchronously by saying, who do I know about that handles this kind of event, calls the handle event function on an event handler, and then they do stuff and things, and then they can call and notify on the character. Everything gets connected together and life is happy. Hard to see, your font is too small for my old eyes. All right, hang on. What is the shortcut? Here you go. There we go. We'll make it huge. Oh, I clicked. Is that better? And we're not trying to do these pub sub like messaging queues. We are. But then a discussion about logging interfaces came up. So we're chasing that rabbit hole just because it's fun and educational. Interface doesn't change for other consumers. Yes. You just have the ability to use the same interface for both logging and other events. But then I have to set up all this other stuff, and then I have to run logging through the message bus. Not everybody listens to the message bus. I have to have a pointer to the message broker to everything in the entire world, or I just log from it. Yeah, mine too. Got to plaster my phone to my face just to read it. Well, there's your problem. You're using a phone. It's not for code. It's for cat videos. I don't know what CMIIW is. I don't know. I'm not familiar with these letters in this configuration. The nice part about the message broker just being a thing you can opt into if you have to is I don't have to pass it to everybody. Right now, the world manager has it. I don't believe it's in the map manager anymore. Game manager has it. Character only has it because it needs to broadcast to it. It doesn't actually subscribe to it anymore, I believe. Message broker, yeah. Much better font size? Yeah, see, I can't even think at this resolution. Like, I would have to run everything through the message bus and then worry about my stream is lagging heavily. Yeah. Yeah, I got a ticket open with Starlink over the weekend. Well, the week. So hopefully they'll get me squared away soon. But until then, I've got kind of a crap connection. And I'm going to roll this back to a normal size for me so I can think. Let's get all of that out of there. Okay. And I would still have to async another thing in order to do this. And if the buffer was to ever be full, I would get hangs. So I would have to increase buffer size and worry about that some. Like, it adds a ton of complexity. You're confusing game events with system logging. No, I'm not, because it's all the same message bus. It's all the same broker. Unless I'm confused by your statement of the ability to use same interface for both logging and other events. Think that you can use same interface for both. Right. Well, that's what I would have to do when I just sketched that out, is I'd have to have another thing spun up asynchronously that would be listening to that channel and spitting out messages, and everybody would have to have a pointer to that message broker to send it, right? That's how they would dispatch. So they'd have to dispatch a logging message to the broker. Otherwise, how would they get here? How would it know that there was anything that needed to be logged? Unless you're meaning like an entirely new message broker just for logging. In which case, this guy would need to know how to dispatch a message to that. So we start just like exploding little routines everywhere. Anywho. Like, maybe I'm missing your point entirely because I'm dumb. But I don't get it. We were in World Manager. Moving was broken. Looking was broken first. We're going to fix that because it's easier, in theory. So we had our client here. When we looked, we got nobody else here. No, wait, that's correct. That should be there. There's nobody else here. We wanted that. So it's just looking, moving that's broken. So, move. Game map move, because we only have the one for now, but we will need more. It's right here that we do. Okay, so if there's an error in character leave tile, that's where we get our recovery that triggered. Message bus is the same, but listeners are different. Right, you would have to add a logging listener, which needs to be spun up asynchronously. And then everybody who ever wanted to log anything would have to have a reference to the message bus, the broker, to send messages into it. Message bus is the same, but listeners are different. No dispatch of logging mess. You'd still have to, okay. You'd still have to have a thing, a pointer to the thing, right? Like, you're basically just describing passing a logging pointer everywhere. So you have one instance of the logger as opposed to just creating one for a module. You have a listener that sees unhandled message and logs it. It's run at the end. Same thing you have now, just using existing subscriber interface. Right. Right. So again, then you just have to spin up another asynchronous thing that exists just to spit out messages. Right? So what do we gain? The interface doesn't change at all for the consumer. We add complexity and another async thing. For what benefit? And the listener has to be run asynchronously if you want to use channels. Otherwise, it's blocking. Moving, yes. Okay, so leaving tile is a problemo, but what happened there? Like, we got placed at a point, theoretically. So character leave tile had to return an error, basically. Coordinates invalid. That's right. That's what we did to get around needing a pointer for that coordinate. Last location is my location. Return nil. The only thing that happens is here. And we should have seen you. Okay, we didn't log the error, though. Module log messages are completely different. Okay, even if I still wanted to only do it within the message broker, I still have to spin up a Go routine for that logger that exists only to listen to that and spit out a message, because they're channels. They're asynchronous. Or I have to put a pointer to it, which case I'm using a different thing. I'm adding a field to the message broker, right? Adding a property. Okay, fine. But then I'm calling that thing that I've created when I was called new, right, in my constructor, to just spit out things to a log, right? So I don't gain anything at all. Like, I just add another struct, another thing to create, another thing to keep track of, to spit a message out for one module, the message broker itself. Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here. Like, I'm either missing the point by so far, or you're the one on crazy pills. Yes, moving. So if I spit out a deal here when I have an error, that'll shed some light. No other asynchronous thing. It's a listener. Okay, so listeners are asynchronous. So listeners run after each message, created only once in broker, so only Go routine that gets reused. Listeners are asynchronous. They use channels, they have to be. Like, otherwise there's no point in putting it into a channel, right? No, listeners run at the end of the chain of message. Okay, so in Message Broker, in Dispatch, you want me to put a thing in here, right? So, and then I have to store a reference to it somewhere, like a log channel, put in the message, right? And then immediately call this, which comes down here, right? And then just immediately goes and says, message is the log channel, whatever I get out of there, and then I do a handle message, right? Make that big. Okay, so no specific async listener for log messages. Okay, here's a non-async listener, kind of. So we put it into our log channel, and then we call with the right letters in the right order. We call handle log that just pulls it out of the channel. Isn't your listener just a callback? No. Listeners are independent things that pull messages out of their channels and do things with them. So let me reset that really quick. Right? This doesn't call anything. It dispatches messages to Go channels. Right here, Game Manager, asynchronously, make it nice and big, listens for events, right? This is run in a Go routine, and it's a forever loop until we shut it down. That sits here and says, hey, I'm waiting for a message on the bus. This is blocking, so until it gets a message, it's going to sit here. And then when it gets the message, it'll decide what to do. Completely asynchronously and unconcerned with the state of Message Broker, it's just listening to the channel, waiting for a message. Like, otherwise, you'd have to register everything into the bus, a bunch of callbacks and things that become hell to debug, right? And then you're more or less breaking the Go principle of don't share state by or share state by communicating, not by sharing memory type of thing, right? Because the callback is kind of almost like that concept of sharing memory, right? I kind of think like this is Go channels. They communicate stuff to one another, which is why you put messages in them. I was thinking more like broker.subscriptions topic push. No. We put messages into the channels. We're not concerned. The lion does not concern itself with what the subscriber does with the message. We put the message on the channel, and then we don't worry anymore. Unless it's full, and then we have a big problem. And you could do it before or after, it doesn't matter. The same principle applies where we need to have a listener pulling those messages off of there. So either we have to have them asynchronous, or we just immediately call a function that pulls it off of that there. And that makes pretty much no sense, right? That's a ton of extra work. That's channel overhead. That's everything else in the world for what can just be a call to a logger. Like moving it before or after, doesn't matter. The general scaffolding of the Go channel doesn't care or change. Moving. So we were going to log, or rather make sure that we logged in the move here game map. There we go. When we try to pull ourselves out of here, we do log error moving character. I don't think I saw that though. Oh no, I did see that. I saw that once I fixed things. Error moving character. Character is not present at 1-0. Why did you think you were at 1-0 when you should be at 0-0? Target tile. Did I flip that? I did. Destination. This needs to be where is our... We don't have. Okay. This needs to be char current location X M tile grid at the current location X. And I could tidy that up a little bit perhaps. Let's see here. Channels just confuse me. Don't you have a single message channel for app events? No. They're one-to-one. Go channels are. So every single, that's why we have this loop here. Every single subscriber has its own channel. So that's why we go through, and when we subscribe to the channel, right, we add a subscriber, which is just a little internal helper that locks us, and then we say subscribers, subscriber name, right, cool. In our subscriptions, the topic, which is the thing you pass in, so game manager, right? We make sure that you are not already in there, and if you are, then we go ahead and set you up as a subscriber. This is your name, here's your channel that you're using, right? And we map that to there, so that we can then come in here and say, when we dispatch the message, cool, go through my subscriptions. If I have a subscription for that channel, I put the message into it, right? So we mapped the channel to the topic, basically. Let's do this. Current location add point. We could do is that. And then we could do that. I think you're still confusing game messaging messages with logging unhandled message. No? If you want a listener, it does fan out message to all publishers based on all subscribers based on topic. Yes. It also sends they're all automatically subscribed to broadcast. So if there's a broadcast message that comes in, it goes out to everybody too. Yeah. Still confusing game message with logging unhandled message. No, if you want a listener that behaves in the same way as the other listeners, it has to be a channel. Otherwise, it's just something that hangs off of the message broker that you call, right? Those are the only two ways that I can understand what you're trying to say for a listener. Shouldn't it should just log unhandled and ignore it? It should log unhandled for a broadcast message? Like, why? Why would that be the case? Broadcast goes to everybody. Now, you can argue that I shouldn't be using broadcast for character messages that are destined for the game manager. And I would agree with that. I should go fix that up, but it's a to-do thing. I think I got the misunderstanding between you two. Well, then you should share, because I'm so confused still. Current tile, character leave tile. I probably want to also do... He's got a point, but you got a point too. I know he has a point. Like, the core of what I think he's saying, yes, it's a valid and super fine approach. It doesn't gain me anything, I don't think. Unless you've got an understanding I don't. Always possible. I want to be careful here. I think the recovery stuff would need to get broken out. Just to be extra safe. So, like, to do... break out the recovery logic when we try to place ourselves and fail. Well... let's break out recovery logic, and then we're going to put this to do up here. Use it also if we try to move from an invalid location to be extra safe. I agree with Mongoose's point. I have no experience with Go channels, but still an interesting discussion about design. Yes, exactly. That's why we're talking about, even though, like I said, there's nothing about this that is impacting or broken or anything. Like, it's all working perfectly fine. But it's interesting to talk about and to consider, for sure. Okay, so that should restore my ability to actually move my character, in theory. And then I'm going to restart my client because I, again, forgot to log him out before I killed the server. You come over here and let's have a little looky look at what's going on here. Get you in, and then just make a little room so we can see. There we go. All right, so I can now look again, and if I go east, one-way exit door. I leaves. That's a little... and that enters through? Okay, yeah. I need to fix that. Oop, I've also crashed. So I have another thing I have overlooked over here. And I can't exit that right now. We'll just exit that way. Game map go 197. 197. That can also has to be async, but he meant the listener as callback. Once again, correct me if I'm wrong. Ugh, my connection has died again. Briefly. Stop it. Just quit. Quit being a pain. Actually, let me double check and see if there's any updates on that really quick while we wait for it to stop throwing a fit. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? He meant the listener as a callback, right? It could be, yeah. And I really don't want to register callbacks everywhere. I find them to be quickly a disaster to try to understand and debug. Won't be flying for the conference. Oh yeah, I forgot to reply to you. I did look at that, and yeah, I don't think I want to go to their thing. Let's see here. No, I don't want that. No updates just yet, I don't think. Yeah, no, none yet. Hopefully within the next couple days. Maybe next week. We'll see. Hopefully that they will get me squared away and my connection will become much more stable. Okay, so I need to figure out why this is panicking. But first, I need to go use the restroom. All of this lovely beverage and the coffee wishes to leave. I'll be right back. There we go. And then my camera got blurry, so let's fix that really quick. You go back there, like so. There. Let's see here. However, I think at one point you should decouple the event passing using channel and a callback. There's a case for that too. I don't want to do callbacks at all. I have no desire for that. I don't understand why I would want that at all in any way, shape, or form. That becomes difficult to debug. I'm thinking of a listener that logs unhandled message as a callback. He thinks of it as that message should be broadcast. Well, no, we talked about the two options, right? It's either something that goes into here that would be using the same interface that you were talking about interfaces, right? So either it's a message that goes in here, or you need to have something in the broker that handles it, right? So you would have to have log or whatever that takes message, right? Or maybe you just call message on it. Whatever. Right? Those are the options. And you could do that, but like, why? Why set up another thing that just spits out stuff to standard out or error or whatever? Like, it already uses its logger instance that it creates. And like you said, you were confused by Go channels. We can talk about Go channels really quick. Go channels are really cool. They just work the way they work. Come back to me, Excalibur. We'll make more sketches. So you can, I think of Go channels kind of like just a buffer, more or less, right? You got a channel, and by default, they have one spot. Somebody, and there's rules around them, I think it's the initiator should be the only one that can close them and stuff like that. They're bi-directional. So you can put a thing into the channel, right? Boop. This is a blocking operation. If there's already something in this channel, you can't put things. It'll stop here and wait. You can get other things to take out of the channel, whatever they be. This is also a blocking operation. So while this is waiting and there's nothing in here, it waits there. And then when it gets a thing, it'll pull it out of the channel. It no longer lives in here, right? And this will do whatever it wants to do with them. So like you could have them chained up like this and not be running this asynchronously, and just if it's a blocking operation that you're okay with doing that for, like, I don't know, not really sure why you would in most cases. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me. But that's like the most basic implementation, right? You can also have multiple subscribers to a channel. Whoever happens to check it first, and they do their own mutexing and all that stuff. Whoever happens to check it first is going to get it. This guy's waiting for more work, right? Also fine. Totally cool. But you could also have a buffered channel. They're exactly the same, except for they got space for more things, right? More things go in them. Same exact order of operations, though. When you try to put a thing in there, if there's no room, it's a blocking operation. Same when you try to pull things out of there, it's a blocking operation until there's something for it to do. Then you can pull your work out. Right? They're really, really simple in that regard. So that's what we're doing here, is in the reset here. In the message broker, those are all channels. Right? So you call up to me and you say, great, I would like to be listening to things. And I hand you back that channel. It's a buffered channel, so there's a couple things in there, like so. I say, cool, you go ahead and listen to this, right? This guy says, all right, cool, I got my channel. I'm just gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna keep checking that channel. And then whenever I get stuff out of it, I'm gonna do that work. Right? Somebody else over here says, cool, we'll call you A. Says, hey, I got a message for A. I want him to do stuff. Right? So message broker says, cool, A is a subscriber to the topic A. I'm going to put that in his queue. And he's going to keep doing work. Right? That's what message broker is doing. And the same for B. Says, hey, I'm B. I want to play. Says, cool. Here's your queue. Right? B's over here. He's got his queue. And he's going to keep checking that. Keep doing the work. Over and over and over and over again. Until we shut him down. In some way, shape, or form. Right? So, like, in no place does this make any sense to me to have callbacks and stuff. Because I can just pass these messages back and forth. They can do whatever the hell they want with them. And these are buffered, so if there's a little bit of a slowdown, they should absorb it. We'll have to tune that a little bit, maybe so, depending on what happens. Like if things get too busy, this could theoretically get backed up. It's 10 right now, but we'll see, you know. It can get bigger. These shouldn't be huge messages anyway. But that's like the basic. And then these guys can send messages in too. That's fine. This guy is the king of the message. He knows what to do with them, right? Little crown, whoop, like so. Can A only work when you've notified A there's a new message, so A doesn't have to loop check? The channel does that for you, right? This being a blocking operation to pull a thing out of the channel. So this is A, and he's looking at his channel, and he says, cool, I'm going to jump into here. There's nothing. I'm going to wait. 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 Something comes in here. He goes, I got work to do. And he does the work. That comes, whoop, like so. He does whatever with that message. And then he comes back to this loop, says, cool, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. And channels do all of this part for you, right? You know, you can do this asynchronously so that this loop just fires and fires and fires and fires as much as you want it to, or you can just let it block, right? I'm letting it block over here because that makes more sense for Game Manager, to where I'm just going to wait for this message. You could do, I always forget the syntax for it. It's like, I think it's a switch or a select. It's a select statement. If you do a select statement, it'll loop if there's nothing, right? So you can continue to pull that. You could put a sleep in there to pull whatever you wanted. It just didn't make sense in this instance, right? So like if you had a queue with workers or something, I deleted you. If you were doing something more like we had before, where you had your queue and you had your two workers, if you don't want a worker to wait and block forever, then maybe you do the select here, right? And it says, has logic in here that says, you know what, if I select, I sleep for 10 seconds, right? And then I try again. And if I have 10 unsuccessful attempts to pull work out, there's not enough work to be doing, so I'm going to shut down, right? So you could do it something like that. I've done that before with channels. Worked out great. And then somebody just needs to, you know, fire them back up if there is no channels and there's work to be done. So that gets a little bit extra, depending on what you want to do, right? Channels are really cool. Get you down here. I guess I could just clear that. I'm going to leave it up though, because I keep on keeping on. Because Excalidraw is a useful tool for explaining what the hell I'm talking about. Okay, so we have an issue. We have an issue here. Tile grid should be set, but that's like the only thing I can think of that would be nil that isn't currently being checked, because if this was nil, actually it's the next line. Oh, I guess room connections could be nil. It shouldn't be, but it could be. Where's my error message? Nil pointer dereference. Map move. 197. Internal game map go. That does not make any sense. Okay, yeah. Debug time. Let's cancel you. I'll leave you up, though. We are going to go debug this. And we'll get to there, and we'll see what we can see when you try to go east. Okay. Our current location is 0, 0. That's correct. We're trying to go to 1, 0. That's correct, because I went east. So, boop, 1. Target tile, you exist. Room connections exists. 0, 1, 2, because you are there and there and there. That makes sense. Okay. And then room connections direction. Our direction is 1, 0. Negative 1, 0. 0, 1. And 1, 0. So you should come out of here. We should get the connection. We have our transit table. Oh, did it? Hang on. Did I... Did I move twice or once? Oh my gosh. Connection. What is wrong with you? Leave tile. Are you done? Are you done throwing a fit? Stupid thing. Okay, so leave tile. That'll. I'm wondering if I moved twice. And I think I did. So we've got an issue where we're broadcasting ourselves coming in twice, which is a problemo, but not as big of a problemo as I think it was. I think I moved a second time. Here we go. Now, target tile is nil. Okay. Because our destination is 3, 0. We're at 2, 0. That makes sense. This, okay, that's what I screwed up. This should be the current tile as well. Cancel you, and I got to shut you down because I, forgot to exit you again. That's fine. It was in the process of being debugged. This current tile. There we go. Target tile being nil is a problemo, I think, because of that. We need to make sure that destination is in map bounds, right? Greater than the length -1. The length at point X, that's fine, just wherever I was, X, Y. This bears further investigation. Can you talk? Yeah, Terrace, I'll get back to you after stream. Okay. Not you. I should have launched you over again. Thank you. Okay, so the first time we should be able to move just fine, no problemos. totally fat finger that. There we go. So we go east. I hit play just to skip over it. That's fine. Now, my message is even more broken now, though. That's weird. We go east one more time. Okay. So destination... Wait. What happened there? Current location is no longer 0, 0. I didn't move. Thanks for the channel diagram. I had different assumptions. Yeah, absolutely. They're kind of a unique thing to go in a way. I mean, they're really kind of just like a buffer, right? With convenient stuff around them for the sake of, you know, not needing to send that signal that Hey was talking about. Like, they take care of it for you, more or less. I think they just pull under the hood, but, you know, still. They are pretty lightweight, pretty performant. And really, really just friendly to work with. My destination is a problem. Why is my destination wrong? When I came in here and I leave the tile, I set my current location to invalid, my last location to that. And then there's the recovery stuff if I've gotten lost somehow. Notify the occupants. Cool. Notify you. Cool. Then the enter tile. Current location should be set to my location. So I'm actually going to just continue there. I don't die anymore, which is nice. I'm going to exit, though. I should have logged out. It's okay. Oh, gosh. A raid. Well, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Let's see. Do I know you? I don't know if I know you or not. Hello, raiders. Welcome in. I hope your stream was good. What were you up to? Parrot Gang. Excellent. I also have just become aware that my stuff is now... My alerts are not playing for me. So that's cool. Have to fix that later. New friend, excellent, excellent. What do you do, Rufio? What do you get up to in your stream? We were staring at walls, excellent. Oh, and coding too. We were originally doing some TypeScript, but it devolved into staring at walls. That'll happen. A variety of stuff, but we did a delete function on our basic to-do app. Excellent, excellent. We're almost professional. Right on. Fantastic. Well, I'm working on a MUD. For those of you who don't know what that is, which is probably most of you, because that's pretty old school, it's the original MMO. So imagine if you could play Zork online with your friends, basically. And then I decided that I would just, you know, write an engine for a new one because it seemed like fun. And it is. Fun, educational, frustrating, all of these things. There was only one ceiling in the room, and that was already mapped out. Nice. Is it one of the drop down, like the office building ceilings? And if so, how many holes were in the panels in the ceiling? Thankfully, yes, there's 4. 4 walls. I knew fun once. Awesome, awesome. You should find fun again. It's important to have fun. Even if your fun is frustrating and hard. Thank you so much for all the follows that are going off that I can't hear, but I see them. Appreciate you. Look at that. Smashed a follower goal. Legends, all of you. Awesome. But yeah, that's what we're getting up to for a little while longer here. And my connection kind of sucks today. So there may be some little interruptions here and there. I would love to play a MUD. My first computer game was Adventure. Okay, excellent, excellent. They still exist. You can still play them in the world. We're here for the goals. Excellent. I've never played a MUD. Well, there you go. So they still exist. Iron Realms runs a couple still, and they're kind of one of the old ones that I remember playing. I don't think the one that I used to play still exists. I think they killed it, but they have other things in their ecosystem. There is also an engine that you guys can play with that is in Go, if that's your jam. It's called Go Mud. You can find it online. I'm friendly with those folks over there. I'm in their Discord. I think they have like just a demo set up. But you can play with it if you so choose. That one's ready for you to abuse. But yeah, this one's not ready yet. This one, I'm breaking stuff right now, doing a major refactor of the event system to make it suck less. And before that, we were building the editor. I guess we can launch the editor. The server kind of broken and scuffed right now. The client working well enough. We could fire up the editor really quick too. Not Go, Flutter. And if I give it a device, that'll work better. There we go. So we have our little editor here, so we can edit the map. So we're in the gym right now. You can see that we've just built a basic map for the sake of figuring out what's going on, so that we can explore and break things and test them and have something to reason about. We can edit the status effects, and we have some placeholders in here just for later. And we can edit our skills and our attributes. Again, these are just placeholders that we had something to develop on. But the editor, such as it is there. And yeah. How much does it suck at the moment? Do we have negative pressure scale gauge anywhere? No. But it sucks really hard because everything's broken right now. Is client also in Go? No, client and editor are in Flutter. Here's the client. Because I wanted them to be cross-platform without making a big deal about building. I just wanted it to be easy. So let's see. Look should be working. So we have look. We can look around. That's a thing still. Moving, however, I'm in the process of breaking stuff. Okay. Let me scoochie that and that a little bit. And the follows keep coming. You guys are amazing. Code is always that way? Yes. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Being difficult one way or another, but that's why we love it, right? We can fix it. Okay, intertile. Okay, so my location should be getting set as part of this. So if I go in here and I try to move, we should hit our breakpoint, except for I was already paused on something. Let me try that again. There we go. All right, so we have determined that our destination is in bounds, but that's not the correct destination. That's right. I wanted to break earlier. In fact, I want to restart the everything. I do have to go at the moment because it's 4:52 here. Sleep awaits. We'll see you in the future. Yeah, awesome. Fantastic. Well, you have yourself a great night. I was going to break earlier to figure out what's going on here. I want to restart this entirely really quick so I can figure out what didn't get set. All right. Let's see here. 4:52 a.m. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured. I mean, or you work nights, maybe, you know? Maybe 5 p.m. is your bedtime. I do 24 hours. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Me too. But that's from a long time working in IT. I learned long ago that the ambiguity of what kind of 12 wasn't worth it. Okay. So now we should be here. Yes, we are. I should go east. I should be at 0, 0. That is my current location. That is correct for this iteration. I come here. All right. My destination is 1, 0. It's in bounds. I figured that out. Life is good. My target tile is the tile at the destination. If we come down here, 1, 0, life is good. We come in. We make sure that I have a valid exit for there, and I can use it. Cool. We're going to skip all that stuff for now. That's for the future. It just gets set to true. Now, destination tile. Wait, we already pulled you, didn't we? Valid transit destination location. Ah. Okay. So I don't need you at all. Well, I do, though, because of that check. Lurk? Yeah, I absolutely love my lurkers. Enjoy your lurk. AKA sleepy times. Okay, so what was I doing here? This is kind of patched together from the old stuff, too, still. I have to go to a plumbing appointment? Good luck with the rest of your game. Right on. Well, good luck with your plumbing. I hope it's not too expensive. Never heard of somebody say plumbing appointment before. That's amazing. I love it. So, target tile's ID. We already pulled the tile. Why would you be here? We have the destination coordinate. Current tile, room connections in the direction. We make sure that there is a valid connection here. That's okay. Yeah, this is supposed to be destination tile. No. Current tile. Because this is saying, can I use this? Do I have an entry for me to be using? Yes, I do. Cool. Go on. So target tile gets out of there. And then this, we can use destination tile still. Because we don't need to pull it twice. We make sure everything's Gucci, then we pull you out. Tile at... Oh yeah, we still have this guy, huh? We could be using you for this. Why don't we? This was the current location, right? Yes. Tile at current location. And then you're not allowed to be nil. Otherwise, I will have regrets in the future. I am certain. Which actually begs the question. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. To do. That becomes this to do, basically. Look at me already having the things I needed and forgetting I made them. Current location, destination, cool. And then here for now. Let's just do this. Current location. Pretty print it so it's readable. And then remove this, return. Okay. So now I make sure that I have a valid transit for me to be using. I have one in the correct direction. Is it for me? Perfect. This basically is a no-op write meow. Or it should be. It's going to be fine. Destination tile is the tile at. We pull you out now because we figured out, yes, we can go ahead and do it. Current tile, we leave on. If we have issues, we have a recovery mechanism to place you back in a safe area. We need to fix you up, pull you out. That's fine. The move notification gets fired off. We notify you of the leave message, which should actually say a different thing than it does now, but that's okay. We'll fix it in a minute. We notify everybody else in the room, hey, you just left. Then we put you into your new tile. Current location is you. We've put you into the occupants list. Cool. Then we fire off another notification, this time to everybody in the room. You're still in the room, therefore you get the message. Cool? Cool. Return nil. Okay, because it's an error, that makes sense. All right. Now that we've untangled our duplicate data there, let's go ahead and debug this again and see where we don't get set, or if maybe we fixed it along the way there. Okay. You get in here, head to the east for me. So, current location, 00, accurate. Destination we should figure out here in just a second is 10. It should be within my grid. Perfect. Boom, 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 boom. Tile at, current tile, so we pull you out of there. Current location 00, current tile is you, location is 00. Perfect. Now, down in here, current location, we go through all of this, tile at there. Destination tile is 10. Everything's good so far. We know where we're going. Everything is happy. We're going to tell you that you're going to leave the tile. Cool. We lock the tile. Remove you from the list. No errors. Set your current location. There we go. And then your last location so that we can roll you back. Return nil. Okay. Perfect. So, current tile. Occupants is now empty. Perfection. Character. Last location is 00. Current location is the invalid coordinate. So far, so good. No errors. Fire it off. Notify. Notify. Going in to enter you to the east. Cool. Correct there. In here, we lock the tile. We add you to our occupants list. We're done. We set your location. Then we come back out. Character here. Last location 00, current location 10. Perfect. Exactly what we expect to see. We go ahead and build that up. Notify everybody. We're good. Let's hit play. Okay, so I'm getting the message I shouldn't be. That's okay though. We'll go fix that in a second. If I go east again though, current location 10. Okay, so we're good there. Destination 20. That's correct. We figure everything out. We leave the tile. We enter the tile. Everything's happy. I thought... Okay, I must have fixed it along the way. Okay, yeah. No, now we're not freaking out anymore. We're not recovering anymore. We're good here. Okay. Let's exit this. The notification is going to be over here in playing game state. So when we get our move notification, handle server update move notification, if source ID is me, okay, this is where we need, that's right. I remember that now. We have an problemo here where we need to know. I have to leave out looking for your stream. Have a great weekend. Yeah, you too. Have a great night, great weekend. We'll catch you some other time on down the road. My connection is really unhappy. And in fact, I think I'm actually going to call it there today because my connection is being so obnoxious. I've got it on the way, a repair on the way, I think. So it should get better as soon as that can be done. But actually, no, not over here. Let me do this and we'll wrap things up really quick here. We get notified of ourselves entering. Need to not do that. Probably, well, actually, either need a direction indicator on the event, or we might be able to figure it out from the current location. Yeah, we're going to go with that. We'll take a look at that tomorrow because I do this for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today and ending on Monday. So thank you to all of you who came along. Thanks again for the raid. I know you're gone already, Mr. Rufio, but I super appreciate that. Thank you to the raiders who came in. You all were amazing. If you like this kind of nonsense, come on back tomorrow. I'd love to see you all again. Thank you to all my returning viewers. And again, thank you to all my new viewers. You guys have yourselves a great week. And a great weekend, I guess I should say. And yeah, we'll catch you later on.